Floyd running by Senor Bonbon, who's only 5 lengths out of it. 3.5 clear from Warning Label, and Braska's running on. They're into the final 250, and Just Right Mike on the grind. Just Right Mike in tightly with Miswa. Outside of that, Elusive Freud, then Braska on the wide side. Just Right Mike living up to the even money hype, and the trainer sweeps the double. Just Right Mike prevails. 3-4-6 in race. And they're racing. Give 'em heck. Beck gives them heck out of the gate, but has been overtaken by a speedy Dr. Oscar. And the Doctor's operating, leading by 2. After that, Sisway Now. Then on the outside, Bayou Benny finds the feet to be about 2.5 lengths from the lead and is running by Give 'em heck. Beck. Oscar leads nearly 1. Chicken Truck is 7 lengths from the lead to the inside of Lapis Lazuli. Then the one in last is Coach Happy, and only 8 lengths from the front, chasing Dr. Oscar. It is Dr. Oscar from Bayou Benny. Right behind them, Sisaway Now. On the outside, Give 'em heck. Beck is circumnavigating into action about 2 lengths from the front. Behind that one, Lapis Lazuli and Chicken Truck. And still nothing from Coach Happy. Dr. Oscar needs to get busy. Dr. Oscar leads it by 1.5. It looks to be a widening 1.5. Bayou Benny still plugging away to the outside. Then it's Sisaway Now and Give 'em heck. Beck, but they ran into a tough Doctor who's operating in the winner's circle. Dr. Oscar, wrong lead, right place, said circle. One of 2 8-year-olds in the race, 3-1. And they're racing. Chocolate Ice Cream was off a bit slowly. Very awkward beginning for Optimistic Valor. Meanwhile, Tizona avoided all of the traffic out of the gate, and Tizona and Harry Hernandez fly away to the early lead. Cramden moves into second. After that is Exeter and Alexander 3 wide. Then we come to Optimistic Valor back on the track, 5 from the speed, and to the outside of Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream, 7 from the front, right next to fellow 8-year-old Unbroken Song to the inside, and now has been overtaken by Casanova to the outside. 9 covers them, and they're chasing Tizona. Tizona looking to Tizone the race and leads it by 3 as they head up the Canterbury Park Barnside in race 4. And Tizona scoots clear by 3.5. In second is Exeter. Soul Alone in second, 1.5, 2 clear from Cramden to the outside of Jailhouse Kitten. After that, it is Casanova steadily advancing. Outside of that, Optimistic Valor undoubtedly 5 wide around the turn, and Tizona's lead has diminished to a half. Chocolate Ice Cream is 7 from the front as Exeter attacks Tizona. Then in last is Unbroken Song, still about 8 or 9 from front to back, and Tizona still has the lead. Tizona and Harry popped the gate, opened up 3, and now the lead is tenuous. Tizona with the red shadow roll in front, Exeter the outside, and on the far outside, Optimistic Valor's finishing okay. Chocolate Ice Cream comes sneaking through beautifully, and Unbroken Song is the gray from last with Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream didn't melt. And they're racing, and they broken the line. Mrs. Beans looks to scoop all the beans, and Mrs. Beans pokes the head in front. Outside of that one is Reef's Destiny, and Reef's Destiny is just a neck from the lead. Even wider out is Storm in Hong Kong and Prince Rama, and we have 4 in a line in the middle stages of the backstretch. Right behind them, Dynamic Ruler, the 8-year-old's good to go on a steamy Thursday in Shakopee, and is to the inside of Cumberland Avenue, who is loping along wide but only 2 lengths from the lead. And that clump of equine athletes have gone 13 lengths clear from looking for 8, looking for 3 wins in a row at 3.5 to 1. They're all bunched up as they come to the top of the stretch, and Prince Rama and Luis Fuentes, the leading jockey, have kicked away from Mrs. Beans. Outside Cumberland Avenue on that stretch out is languishing a tad. Behind them is Storm in Hong Kong. Then on the wide side, Reef's Destiny looking for 8, closing fast from behind, but still with a lot of work to do to catch Prince Rama. And the Prince is looking to become king in the winner's circle. It is Prince Rama at 3.5 to 1. That's a triple for our leading rider. 6-3-2 in a race. Here they are. And they're racing. And from the 5 spot, A Part of My Charm, the riders looking for 4 wins, 2.5 to 1. And A Part of My Charm in the turf debut scoots clear by 3 lengths as they negotiate the first turn. Pace kind of hot. 1.5 lengths behind that is Cupid's Love looking for 2 in a row. And that one is to the outside of Rosy Cheeks. Then we come back 1.5 lengths to Minnesota Nice. 5 out of it. That one is right next to the gray Fox Love. 2.5 behind that to fellow gray Merlin's Sister, Sequestered. 7 lengths from the front and to the inside of Jewel Azul. Behind that, She's Extremely Hot. 8 lengths from the lead and about 4 clear from Briar Thicket. Then we come back 5, maybe 6 lengths to the trailer, Bruce's Girl. 15 covers them as they whip into the far turn, and they're chasing a lonely leader in the shape of A Part of My Charm. And A Part of My Charm, very charming on the lead. The lead is 2 lengths. Outside of that, Cupid's Love is shaken up. Then we come to Rosy Cheeks, perhaps a menacing presence. Behind that to the outside is Fox Glove, about 4 wide, 7 out of it, and overtaken by Minnesota Nice as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. And they're chasing A Part of My Charm. Outside of that, Rosy Cheeks to the inside. Minnesota Nice is surging late, but we're down to 2. It is A Part of My Charm, Rosy Cheeks, 5 and 2 to the line together. 5, wire to wire. And they're racing, and Casey's Law comes out like a shot to the outside, but so does the bookender Test Pilot. And Test Pilot is faster than Casey's Law in the early stages. Test Pilot and the Q tugging them along by a neck. Casey's Law trying to lay down the law to the outside of the debuting Tis a Stellar Dude, who also has great speed in his debut. And said trio has gone 7 lengths clear from Westport Captain. Then it's a mile back to Make That Tall of Sam Sampson, who is far, far clear from the trailing 3. Slightly crafty, all about 0 for 40 to the outside of Prince of Earl, and the one at the rear is Mr. Primetime. And they're chasing Test Pilot. Casey's Law shifts ground, and Test Pilot takes advantage and takes a 2-length lead, makes it 4, and is attempting to run right into the winner's circle. Westport Captain is finishing nicely at 14-1, but number 1 is number 1 in race 7. Test Pilot soars to victory. Dirt Serpent, and they're racing. Awful beginning for that 5. From the center, Zakira came out nicely with a Pocketickle James. Outside of that, the White Horse Prankster is firing. A Pocketickle James, 3-8, 8-3, 3-8, 8-3, pay that 8. Prankster. And away they go. Rough beginning for Just for Speed. Made an aggressive left turn out of the gate. And Trace Elegance pops the gate beautifully. Lethal Timber and My Owners broke there. Outside of that, 5-bar Fantasy. 2-7-6 to the line together. That's and there they go. Rough beginnings for the 1 and 5, and Southard Rocket pops out of the gate, puts 2 on the field. Waymaker looking to deliver a haymaker, but it's too late, and the 2 prevail.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Miss Lydia Wista leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to racing from Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is good and the turf course also listed as good. If you'll get your programs out, we'll go over the changes on tonight's card. The first four races that make up the 50-cent post-time pick four are all free and clear of changes. The first change happens in race 5, scratch the 4, Edgy Reggie. Race 5, scratch 4. Moving on to our 6th race, a couple of changes in the 6th. In race 6, we're going to scratch number 2, Elemental. Race 6, scratch 2. And the owner of number 4, Flying Business, owned by Amelia Hernandez and Rafael Hernandez. Owner change on the 4, scratch the 2 in race 6. Moving on to race 7, the owner of the 4, Silvera, Puro Candales, LLC. Owner change on the 4. And our final scratches happen in race number 8. Take out number 1, Pop's Biscuit, number 2, Rusty Cage, and number 9, May We All. Race 8, scratch 1, 2, and 9. Up next from the paddock in the Canta Theater, myself, Kevin Gorg, with our track announcer, Paul Allen. We handicap the entire card. Come join us. Good luck.
Hey, welcome to Canterbury Park, and with Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. We have some really talented people who work at Canterbury, and Ryan Soul, our beloved Soul Man, some call him Sunshine. With that new opening presentation you just put together, you get Canterbury claps from KG and yours truly. That was good, man.
Really cool. Yeah, and I was skeptical because I loved the old song, but the new song works, and just the way they put that together. Soul Man is so gifted, and excellent work. Cool start. It's the best in show. Look around the country. We bet races from all over the place, from New York to Kentucky to California. That's the best in show.
Tomorrow we race at 4 o'clock, fireworks after the races. That's always super festive. Then the 4th of July, off Tuesday, Wednesday, then back Thursday. And we are quickly approaching the midway point of the Canterbury Park season. Some things have evened out a little bit when it comes to the winning prices of those on the turf. Some of these dirt races with the smaller fields, we're not encouraging you to, unload on favorites, but favorites have been winning a lot lately.
Especially on the main track. And then you've got a couple of barns that have dominated. I look at Joel Burnt. I look at Mac Robertson. That doesn't surprise us. And then you got trainers like Carl Broberg who are just claiming and winning everywhere.
Yep.
And you got jockeys like Luis Fuentes that are also in domination mode. So you got to kind of pick and choose your spots. The one constant I've seen through the first 7 weeks of racing is our turf is where you find the best value. Turf racing, at one point, the average mutual was 10-1. Now it's closer to 6 or 7-1. Dirt has been a little formful, and then maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Those favorites in those Minnesota-bred maiden races have been very dominant. And it's still, when you put these tickets together, we're getting big payoffs.
Yeah.
And so you can single, you can do more than a 50-cent equation in a pick 4 or pick 5. If you got a couple of stone cold cinches you believe are going to win, and you can maximize your profit because that 10% takeout is for all of us, the players.
We are 2/3 of the Steam team. The top of the triangle would be Miss Angela Herman, one of our analysts. Look for her, Angela's angle. Look for Kevin with the power play and some pick 5 and pick 4 touts with the numbers on the screen and everything coming your way, including with race number 1. This begins the post-time pick 4. Those of you who have not been here or been here much, we do a 10% takeout on the first pick 4. That's the company rake, and that's the lowest in the country. So like Kevin said, some of these pick 4s you would think would be paying $200-300. They're paying like $500 and change because of that 10% takeout. Here we go. Race number 1, main track good. No scratches, no rider changes. Morning line favorites, Sleepless Nights. The debuting 2, Brewhouse, took some conspicuous early action. Who do you like, and good afternoon?
Good afternoon, PA. Yeah, the Mac Robertson horse opened up at 1-5, still a significant favorite, and I get it. I mean, the horse costs $40,000. It's a Minnesota bred. It's well bred, and when he puts Nick Goodwin in the saddle, they seem to win together. So I don't know. The workouts are good. I lean on the 3 a little bit here, and now especially that the horse isn't going to be favored. I like the third off the shelf angle. You caught that trifecta last time. I remember this race, and it was a nice trifecta. I want to say the winner was 8 or 9-1.
Yep.
This horse was 32-1, and the third place horse was like 10-1. I remember you catching that trifecta.
It's the last time I won.
Oh, brother. So I go 3, 2, and 6, and I do think those 2 horses, the 2 and the 3, are the horses I will lean on most in my early pick 4.
Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, who runs the TV department. Mouse is right there. I left Eden Prairie this morning at 9:35. What's going on? Appreciate you. Huh?
That's the soul man right there.
Soul. Hey, give him a round of applause for that excellent
How about that
video
presentation?
And the thing is, it only takes him 90 minutes. I mean, he just whips the thing together. It's very well done. But I left my Eden Prairie house at 9:30 this morning because Johnny and I loved a quarter horse at Horseshoe in Indiana. So came out to bet it, pop the gate, open up by a length. Horse darts to the right, unseats the rider.
Oh.
So, I mean, that's just how it's going right now for me and the Mouse. But tonight is a night anew, and I picked the 2 to win. I'm not betting this 2 at what the odds were the last time I saw them. But like Kevin said, with Nick Goodwin getting together with Mac, I mean, we've seen this for years where Nick doesn't ride many for him, but Nick's the most accomplished quarter horse rider we have in the history of this racetrack. So inherently, if you're a good quarter horse rider, that means you must be good getting out of the gate. Nick's very good getting out of the gate. So I'm guessing this filly has early speed. Nick's going to bust her out of the gate. And I took Sleepless Nights third. I went 2-6-3. Took Summer Swinger second, going back to 6.5 furlongs. This one for Mr. Matson ran a nice one at Tampa Bay Downs. Then caught a cuppy track and then the turf last time. So back on a main track that I think will be closer to Fast than Cuppy. And at 6.5, maybe Mr. Matson's horse will win. But I'm going to go 2, 6, and 3. Second race, we stay on the main track. In this one, the favorite undoubtedly will be number 2. Here Comes the Hammer. I'm going to try to beat this favorite. What about you?
Me too. The horse has every right to win, and I do notice that Harry Hernandez, who rides first call for Jonathan Wong, gets off to ride it. And that's all well and good. The horse has got beat at 7-2, 5-2, 5-2, 5-2. It's had so many chances recently to get the job done. So, no, I'm going to try to beat the horse. That's adorable. I'm going to try the 6, Riviera Champ, as we look at a picture of PA and his son, Derek, from Father's Day. That's very cool.
Calling another one tomorrow, race 6.
It's going to be fun. Looking forward to that. Off the claim, Wong ships this one in. The workouts are there. I like Jermaine Bridgman. I think this horse gets a really good trip. I think the 5 is going to keep the 2 honest. 6 is going to pounce. I go 6, 2, and 3.
I'm going to go with number 4, Behaving Myself, LAV, jockey Louise Valenzuela. He's been winning a bunch of races of late. In fact, Louise is having one of the better seasons he's had lately. And this one with Behaving Myself, this is the old speed and fade pattern. And you know, generally when you support, it's hardcore handicapping, doesn't always win, obviously, but a speed and fade is when you come off a layoff, you do all the dirty work early in the race going incredibly fast for everybody else, and then you get tired because you haven't run in 6 months, and you wither. The question is, when you come back and you work, is that work okay? Time-wise, I have no idea, but there's a work. So now with this speed, and we stay at the same class level, I'm hoping Behaving Myself jumps up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lengths in this race. People don't bet LAV that much, so I think I'm going to get 6-1, and I'm going to take Behaving Myself first. There is a fair amount of speed in this race with which I'm concerned. Natural Chill tries to win 2 in a row, and Here Comes the Hammer. I took third. So I'm going to take it 4, 5, and 2, and I will be making a win bet on number 4. The third race brings us to the beautiful turf course. No scratches, no rider changes. For KEG with Gopher Gold for the Butzos. Just took an L in Elmont, but nevertheless, we're in Shakopee where Gopher Gold has done some damage. I think Gopher Gold's going to be even money, or about 7-5 off that last race. And if Gopher Gold runs the race he just ran, he's going to be really difficult to beat. That was his first race in a little while. So if he comes back just a little bit, then I think the 1, Tio Blast, can get him. Who do you like?
I like the 6. I mean, it's Joel Burnt, it's Luis Fuentes, and they're not going to be favored. He ran against Tuco Bay last time, did some of the dirty work in a 46 4.5, carved right into that. And I think third time off the layoff is sitting on go. I respect Gopher Gold and the Butso horse. I think that horse is absolutely the horse to beat. Couldn't get it done last time at even money, and I deem this field to be at least its equal, if not better. So I like Kid's Inheritance a lot here. I'll put the 4 horse in second, and I do think the 1 is super sneaky in the trifecta. Tio Blas from the inside for Mr. Shearer, 6, 4, and 1.
Baby B, our former analyst, Brian Aragoni, loves number 3, Knievel.
I don't see that.
Any idea why?
Well, he's a Nevada Litvin apologist. That's step 1.
Yep.
Ran a pretty good third last time, right behind Gopher Gold, and did break slow out of the gate, and he is a replay guy.
Yep.
And Aragoni finds prices. So as soon as you mentioned to me that Aragoni liked that horse, I started looking to see if I could mix that horse into my exotic wagers, because that horse is actually going to be 12-1, maybe higher. Very interesting.
I'm on Tio Blas here. Gary Shearer's been winning some races of late. We come from Churchill Downs, having not run in about a month. Before that, ran against the bottom line for me is the New Orleans/Louisiana circuit. That's a circuit where when they would run at Canterbury, I generally didn't take them that seriously. Then at Churchill Downs, on like Derby Day around there, the fairgrounds in New Orleans shippers were doing incredibly well. So I've kind of followed it. This one I know did run at Churchill Downs in his last start. But now jumping onto the turf course and just with a new environment and a new cast of animals against which to go, I think we're going to get a fair price. I can't say I'm betting it to win, and I'm definitely using 1, 3, 4, 6 in maybe the 7 in my pick 4. I think this is a really tough race. I'm going to pick it 1, 4, 7 and take a stab on Q with Tio Blas. The fourth race, final leg of that post-time pick 4. This one begins the 50-cent pick 5. Within 10 minutes up to the race, you will see Kevin touting a pick 5 ticket. How big's that ticket today?
Ticket today, as I take a peek right underneath my PPs, is going to be a $54 ticket.
Right, and in race number 4, the morning line favorite here, Mr. KG, is Bold Minister. All members of the Steam team are on Bold Minister. Feels like 8-5, and Harry's not winning as many races as he won early in the season. So maybe we can jumpstart that thing right here with Harry Hernandez.
I love Harry Hernandez when he has speed. He looks like lone speed in this race, and the horse that I fear the most is the 6 Lolly Express,
Harry,
who's a stone-cold horse out of a route race that doesn't have speed to get the lead going longer. So I think Bold Minister's loose here. 2 for 2 at Canterbury. I'll take the 8-5. I don't really mind that price. 6 is the horse I fear, Lolly Express. This horse is so sharp right now. Another claim situation for Mr. Silva where he's a mere 44% off the claim. You have to respect that. And then the goofball for me is the 3 Hattie's Jewel, who seems to pop at Canterbury once in a while. So I go 2, 6, and 3.
Right, and it's 2, 4, 7 for me. Time Heist is interesting. I watched the race back. The horse was off slowly, made a giant move while wide, and then teetered out a little bit late, lost by 3/4 of a length. But in this race, you have Time Heist. Milton Town also runs today, so that's kind of the race within the race. But Time Heist is one that I want to use for. I'm not sure I have enough cash for it. I'm going to go 2, 4, 7. I might single Bold Minister. Would you single that one, or are you using 3 here?
I'm using a couple here. I'm going to single in the last leg of the pick 5, so I do think I want a little insurance. 6.5 furlongs, even though it's lone speed, that extra half furlong
no doubt
can get a little pesky, so I'm going to use a couple in there.
The main track is fast. Main track fast, turf course good, says Ayo. 5th race, turf course. This begins the second of 2 pick 4s. Once again, tomorrow we race at 4 o'clock. Fireworks after the races. That's going to be awesome tomorrow. Scratch number 4, Edgy Reggie from this turf event. 8-7-6 for me. 8-7-6 for me. I'm trying to beat Joel Burnt. I tried to beat that Joel Burnt Steamer Firster in the first race the last time we were here Thursday, and it cost me 2 side bets because I tried to get too tricky and beat that Firster. So I'm trying to beat Joel because Joel's horses are so overbet these days, and I think this is the spot I can beat him. Do you like the 7?
I like the 8. Yeah, I'm on the 8.
Same.
I think Whiskey Plank gets a really good trip. Probably outside the 5. 5 looks like maybe the speed of the speed. Whiskey Plank can sit just off of that horse and pounce. I'm going to show the folks in my power play presentation just how fast this horse had to go last time. It was a compromising trip, and the horse really showed me something in that final furlong, digging in, hanging on to 3rd. There's no doubt it's intimidating when you see Joel Burnt and the numbers he's putting up on the turf. Don't believe that 8-1 morning line. That's not going to happen here. So I go 8, 7, and 6. What do you do with the Elwellings? They won another race at Woodbine. That's, I think, back-to-back race days up north of the border where they run some pretty big races. So keep an eye on that 6. But I go 8, 7, and 6.
I missed the 9th in Toronto. Did you stay alive?
No, the 4-horse won at 4-1. I had a couple bombs in there that ran like 4th and 5th. That's the way we're going. The press box right now is ice cold.
Damn it. Sorry. That sucks. I mean, but the thing is the other side of the album, it's like there was a band named Mel and Tim, and they had a song called Starting All Over Again that they came out with, and they're like, how come the song isn't taking off? Well, the other side of the album was a song called the record of Backfield in Motion. That took off. Our backfield is about ready to get in motion, if you can understand what I'm saying. But don't dig too deeply in that phrase, metaphorically speaking. But we're about ready to take off in the CBY track flack. I took number 8, Whiskey Plank. 8-7-6. I'm not making a win bet on Whiskey Plank to begin the pick 4. I'd like to use 3 or 4 in here. Angela takes number 1, Mystifier, and the girl can handicap, so we'll see what happens there. Race 6, scratch number 2, Elemental. It's 1-7-3 for me here. I have Dio on 2 victories tonight. He doesn't send many here for whatever the reason. Thus, the wins aren't as bountiful as we're used to. But I'm going to try to sneak this one in 1-7-3.
I see a ton of speed here. You know, even with the scratch of one of those speed horses, the 1 has speed, 3 has speed, 6 is super fast, 8 from the outside has to go. So I just think something has to give, and so I'm going to fall into Big Andy here. And Big Andy ran a huge race last time, scratched last week, had a little ailment. I think it was a cough or something. No big deal. That happens in horse racing all the time. We all know the owner. Jimmy's a good man. Mr. Bastyr. I think this horse gets such a good trip off the pace, and if they go super fast, I think it's one of the biggest misnomers in horse racing. You look at these 5-furlong main track races. Everybody wants to bet the speed.
No doubt.
And a lot of times 3 or 4 horses go, and somebody's left to collect all the money. I think that horse is Big Andy here. I go 5, 6, and 7.
This 11 steamer I have in race 10 at Woodbine, Dylan Davis is on the favorite, some voodoo horse.
That's okay. That's
I know,
okay.
but Dylan's our new favorite rider.
We love Dylan Davis, but
Yes.
he only wins when he's a price.
Voodoo Zip, 2-1.
What's
All
the
right.
one horse at?
6-1.
That's my girl, Emma Jane. Come on, girl.
That is the primo senior spot.
The whole key will be is if
Odds.
we can be done with our presentation and be in the elevator or upstairs, because I am old for my life sitting in this little area watching races from across the country. It is the absolute black hole of wagering. She's adorable.
That's that adorable little child that jumped in front of us and danced from 2 dads with a combined 4 daughters, 1 and 3. That was elite. Now
This is not as good.
Now, my man right there, that ain't elite.
That's not as good.
But that's okay. You can get here and dance all you want, bro. Now go out right here. Yeah, the pick's been so bad lately,
we're
the dancing's
worldwide.
bound to be
Yeah,
good.
we're worldwide. There
Round
you
of
go.
applause for these kids
Hey,
feeling good
hey,
about
what do you
themselves.
say?
Now, parents, teach them how to bet win, not show.
There you
okay? go. Race number 6, 173 for me.
Okay.
I got Honey Parade, 21 and 4. I got to be the speed of the speed. That's the bit. I
Yeah,
gotta
from
be
down inside, you have to go.
Right, and I got no Lindy. Lindy rode the horse last time. Lindy heads over to Danny Caldwell's horse, but I have Chad Anderson's other rider, Carlo Lopez,
Who's also been very hot of late.
and been pretty hot of late. So I'm good on that. Let's go, Carlo. Race number 7 on the turf. No scratches, no rider changes. Super cool race here. I took according to Aspen, basically because I'm tired of betting against the 7-year-old mare, who's a Minnesotan who always wins at Canterbury.
Always.
When I least expect it. So this time I took her. I'm going to go 8-5-3.
If she can overcome the post, she's absolutely, positively the horse to beat. Her numbers here are unbelievably good. I'm going to try the 2. I think the post advantage is significant. 6-year-old mare that hadn't raced since March. She gets her wind in her lungs last time, runs a really good bang-up second, according to Aspen. Maybe can turn the tables this time at a 3-1 number. I'll put the 8 in second, your horse, the horse to beat, and I'll use Mad Grace in there, who got claimed back in late May, and they've been sitting around waiting for this spot, but the barn is 31% off the claim, so I go 2, 8, and 3.
You cashed on Why Not Sizzle May 26 at 8-1.
Yep.
I don't know if you came back on her
I
last
did,
time.
and she burned me.
And so are you just giving up on her? Because, I mean...
I didn't like the way she ran last time. I didn't think they were going that fast for her to wave the white flag as dramatically as she did. And then the other factor I see in this race is, I don't think she's going to have the clear lead. I think she is the speed, but I think there's enough in here to keep her company, specifically the horses to the inside. So, no, I don't like her in this spot.
BA's on Optimal Courage.
In the last.
That's in the last. BA is sailing along in this bad boy. All right. Race number 8 indeed is our finale for today. Just 8 for you. And we stay on the turf here with race number 8, closing out that pick 4 and pick 5. Justin Conzemia's Fargo Flash. You should go in the paddock and be next to Pete Matson with his Gopher shirt.
Biggest Tom Hoagie fan I know on the PGA Tour. Yeah.
Fargo Flash?
I love his aggressive play.
You know Justin Conzemias?
Yes. He gambles and he plays fantasy golf.
Hey,
He's my guy.
That's my man right there.
Good-looking guy, too.
I know. Looks like he can still play safety.
Looks like Terminator in those glasses, too.
So in the 8th race, scratch numbers 1, 2, and 9. 1, 2, and 9. I like number 8, Lonely Private, a lot. Who do you like?
I'm with you. I'd love to lock in on 9-2 right now because the horse has hidden good turf form, and I don't think people are going to see it.
Yeah.
They're going to migrate to the horses that have done something recently on the turf, like the 4, like the 5, even the 6. I think the 8 might get left behind at 4 or 5-1.
Yeah.
And I think the 8 is the speed of the speed for Mr. Diodoro. I think the 8's long gone in the last. I go 8-3. 3 and 6.
Assuming I don't lose my money before this race, my biggest win bet of the day will be on number 8, Lonely Pirate.
Nice.
I take it 8-7-4. Hey, thanks for joining us. We race tomorrow at 4 o'clock, Sunday at 1, then back Thursday at 5. And have a wonderful day. We have some new food options, including Bo Diddleys with those sandwiches. Cutwater is open right across from it for elite drinks. And have a great time at Canterbury. Play the Pick 4s and the Pick 5. For everybody in TV and everybody in the press box and our management team, along with KG, I'm Paul Allen. Good luck. Sir Leonard Dykert, and the call to the post for the first It's a Fast main track to begin the post time pick 4.
All right, fans, Kevin Gorg with you up here in the press box as we get ready for the post-time pick 4. Time to get those tickets in. It's the lowest takeout in the country at 10%. I'll start with just a couple of horses here, the 2 and the 3. Clearly the 5 horse can beat me. It's a first-time starter that's taking money, so I respect the 5. But I've got the hot first-time starter for Mac Robertson and the horse with experience in Sleepless Nights. Leg 2, we're going to use 3 horses, the 2, the 3, and the 6. 6 is my top pick for Jonathan Wong. I certainly am fearful of the 2. Here comes the hammer getting loose on the front end. Race 3, just a couple of horses, the 4 and the 6. Go for Gold, and my top pick, Kid's Inheritance for Joel Burnt, third off the layoff. And then in race 4, with the scratch of the 6, I only use 2 horses now. I'm going to use the 2-horse, Bold Minister, and the 3-horse Hattie's Jewel. I've got the speed, I've got a closer, and it's a $12 ticket. Very affordable in the post-time pick 4. You've got 4 minutes to get those bets in. You can't win it. If you don't get in it, play the post-time pick 4. Welcome to Canterbury. All kinds of great fun to be had. 8 races in front of you. Good luck and enjoy.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It is now post time for Saturday racing at Canterbury Park. Saturdays are provided by Michelob Golden Light and Cutwater. Welcome to the featured groups. They include Emmy Lenzen's 40th birthday celebration. Also the Maryland birthday event. Happy birthday to both of you from all of us at Canterbury Park. Brewhouse, one of two debutantes in the first, goes in and is favored at 3-5. Sleepless Nights. Sleepless Nights goes in. Summer Swinger after Sassy Banker calms down. Summer Swinger. A six-pack on a Saturday in Shakopee. They're racing. Summer Swinger wins the start. Good speed from Sleepless Nights to the inside, and the debuting Brewhouse now takes off. Brewhouse out of the gate second last, and in about 10 strides opens up 1.5. Sweet Secret is next to the inside. Then it's Sassy Banker, 7 behind the fellow debutante. After that, Sleepless Nights now back second last, and the one in last is Thunder Island. The one in first is Brewhouse, and Brewhouse is brewing up some speed, approaching the top of the stretch. The lead is 3. Summer Swinger continues to plug along nicely to the outside of Sweet Secret. Sleepless Nights running on 12 out of it, and they have a quarter of a mile to go, and they're chasing Brewhouse, who still has that pretty white face in front. Brewhouse drifts well off the inside. Now Summer Swinger darts down to the inside. After that is Sweet Secret and Sleepless Nights, and Brewhouse has put their backs against the wall, and she is gone. Brewhouse, just one look, that's all it took. 2-6-3 in the opener. Number 2, Brewhouse in 104.11. It is 2-6-3-1 to begin the post-time pick 4. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Atomic Data, Appalados, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, La Marca Prosecco, and Fairfield Inn & Suites Shakopee. The first is official. It was chalk all odds. It paid $4.40. Superfecta $3 and small change. 5.5 to 1 on your exacta. Second race, we stay on a fast main track, and there are no scratches. A night racing in part is provided by Atomic Data, the preferred on-site solutions provider for Canterbury Park. And when coming to Canterbury, buy your admission tickets online at canterburypark.com and save a couple of bucks. You also can make table reservations. canterburypark.com. Here comes the filly Brewhouse and Nick Goodwin, the winning trainer, Mac Robertson, and the winning owners, Vicky McGowan and John Mentz. The filly was bred in Minnesota by Scott Pierce and is a 3-year-old daughter of Tapiture out of Birdhouse. Racing at Canterbury also was provided in part by Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Shakopee, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. Welcome to the races. And they're racing. Summer Swinger wins the start. Good speed from Sleepless Nights to the inside, and the debuting Brewhouse now takes off. Brewhouse out of the gate second last, and in about 10 strides opens up 1.5. Sweet Secret is next to the inside. Then it's Sassy Banker, 7 behind the fellow debutante. After that, Sleepless Nights now back second last, and the one in last is Thunder Island. The one in first is Brewhouse, and Brewhouse is brewing up some speed, approaching the top of the stretch. The lead is 3. Summer Swinger continues to plug along nicely to the outside of Sweet Secret. Sleepless Nights running on 12 out of it, and they have a quarter of a mile to go, and they're chasing Brewhouse, who still has that pretty white face in front. Brewhouse drifts well off the inside. Now Summer Swinger darts down to the inside. After that is Sweet Secret and Sleepless Nights, and Brewhouse has put their backs against the wall, and she is gone. Brewhouse, just one look, that's all it took. 2-6-3 in the opener.
One look was all it took for Brewhouse. Mac Robertson, Nick Goodwin team up. And, boy, when you see the jockey on the lead looking around for competition, turning for home, you can just take your ticket and run to the window. It's time to go cash. And Mac Robertson, time and time again, so good at getting those horses ready to fire first off the workout, and into the winner's circle they go in the lid lifter at 3-5. Second race is a flat mile. These are claimers. Love handicapping these claiming races at Canterbury. They are the heart and soul of the game. We'll start with number 1, Shattered Dreams. Iowa bred is 1 for 24 lifetime. That one win, though, was right here in Shakopee. Ground-saving trip in store here tonight with that rail position, and you saw it last time out. This horse came flying from the back of the pack to get third, made up a bunch of ground in the stretch. That will be the game plan here. 6-1's a fair price. It is hot. It is steamy in the paddock, and this horse looks great. Healthy looking coat. The ears are up. I like the body language so far from this 5-year-old gelding. Number 2 looks like the speed of the speed, and absolutely, in my opinion, is the horse to beat. That is Here Comes the Hammer. Harry Hernandez for Kenny Ryan. Do note that Hernandez rides first call for the trainer of the 6, Jonathan Wong, but he ends up here for Ryan Kenny, a trainer that has horses here, yes, but not nearly the name of a Jonathan Wong. So I think that's interesting. I think this horse gets loose, and we'll see if the horse can take him all the way around the track. 5-2 is a fair price on Here Comes the Hammer. Here comes a Minnesota bred. Number 3 is Last Martini. Zeke Laura gets the call for Mike Beeler, and watch out for the Beeler barn. I think they're sitting on some wins. You can see it if you look in daily racing form. 49 starts, 5 wins, 8 seconds. There you go. 4/3. They've been knocking at the door. They've been starting to win some races. Beeler's a guy that wins here every single season. Exits a race that was won by King of the Kids, who's a multiple winner here at the meet so far. Turf to dirt on a significant class drop, and you're getting 5-2 on the min bred. Number 4 is Behaving Myself. Louise Valenzuela for Tony Rengsdorf. Interesting handicapping angle here from Paul Allen, our track announcer. He likes the speed and fade angle. I don't think this horse will be on the lead. I think last time was just a maintenance effort where they went out there and showed some speed. I think this horse sits off the pace because I think there's a lot of pace in this race, and specifically the horse to his outside. Number 5, Natural Chill. Luis Negron for the trainer looking to sweep the early double, and that is Mr. Mac Robertson. Nice win last time against slightly softer competition. That was sprinting. Now we go a distance of ground, and we have other speed in the race. We'll see what kind of trip Luis can work out, but certainly if Mac Robertson, you got to give the horse a look at 9-2. My top pick in the race, and I'm going to tell you it's in lukewarm fashion, is the 6, Riviera Champ. I don't like that the horse didn't take early money. In fact, opened up at 5 or 6-1. In from Golden Gate, decent workouts coming in. You get Jermaine Bridgman, who I like in the saddle, and you get a horse that I think gets a good stalking trip behind what should be some honest fractions. 1 mile, $5,000 claimers. Here they come. Second half of the double. It's race 2. Enjoy this steamy night. Find a cool place to watch the race, but first of all, get those bets in. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Onto the racetrack for the second, and we are about 6 minutes away. 4 o'clock racing tomorrow for Family Day. Fireworks follow the races. Tomorrow, all the Pepsi Family Day activities, plus about an hour after the race card, fireworks to the Shakopee sky. Hey, Canterbury Park. Members of the entertainment team are in the winner's circle, and if you make some noise, a bunch of T-shirts are going to come flying into the crowd. They're at the gate, and it is post time. Dickie Bob in an hour. Race 2 now. To back. Here comes the Hammer and Riviera Champ. Six on the fast main. And they're racing. Natural Chill is in search of 2 in a row, and at 6-1 shoots to the lead. Here comes the Hammer with Harry moves into second. Then it's Riviera Champ rolling up to the outside, and right behind the leaders, here comes the Hammer, was in tightly. So Hernandez takes that one to the outside, gets in the clear, but lost about a length and a half. Last Martini smashed down to even money, is 6 lengths from the lead into the inside of Behaving Myself, and Shattered Dreams is 9 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go, and it is Riviera Champ leading it by a set of black blinkers, pressured by Natural Chill, and the trainers trying to sweep the double. After that, here comes the Hammer to the outside of Last Martini on the move. Right behind them is Behaving Myself. That's the gray 6 out of it, and 1.5 clear from Shattered Dreams. And now they head into the far turn, and not much change with the exception of Natural Chill chilling on the lead by a neck. Riviera Champ re-engages. Last Martini still right there but being shaken up. Here comes the Hammer, also scrubbed on hard by Hernandez. Behaving Myself's heading the wrong way with Shattered Dreams about 8 lengths from the lead. And up top, 5 and 6 are locked in battle. It is Natural Chill to the inside of Riviera Champ. Last Martini trying to leave him punch drunk. Here comes the Hammer, has to do a lot. Behaving Myself running on 3 lengths out of it with Shattered Dreams. Into the final 125. Last Martini grinding. Last Martini bet down to even money. The People's Choice lives up to the hype. 3-6-1 in race 2. Number 3, Last Martini, first home. 3-6-1-4. Second official, 3-6 exacta, $9.40, 50-cent trifecta, $21.90, favorite on top. 10-cent superfecta, top 4 finishers, $15.74. Michael Jordan double, 2-3, $4.80. The third race is our first turf race. It is listed as good. The rail is at 15 feet. And post time is about 20 minutes from now for the third race. This one's provided by Mick Golden. Mick Golden aids us with Saturdays at Canterbury. And race 3 also features the new Cutwater Trifecta Special. If horse number 3, Knievel, wins this race, the Cutwater Club offers $3 off any Cutwater cocktail the rest of the day. It's located on track level, right across from Bo Diddley's. Into the winner's enclosure, it is Last Martini and Ezekiel Lara. The winning trainer, Mike Beeler, and the winning owners, Fun of It Partners. Last Martini is a 4-year-old based son of Keela, out of Pink Martini, bred in Minnesota by the owner, Miss Dorothy Urban. And they're racing. Natural Chill is in search of 2 in a row, and at 6-1 shoots to the lead. Here comes the Hammer with Harry, moves into second. Then it's Riviera Champ rolling up to the outside, and right behind the leaders, here comes the Hammer, was in tightly. So Hernandez takes that one to the outside, gets in the clear, but lost about a length and a half. Last Martini smashed down to even money, is 6 lengths from the lead into the inside of Behaving Myself, and Shattered Dreams is 9 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go, and it is Riviera Champ leading it by a set of black blinkers, pressured by Natural Chill, and the trainers trying to sweep the double. After that, here comes the Hammer to the outside of Last Martini on the move. Right behind them is Behaving Myself. That's the gray 6 out of it, and 1.5 clear from Shattered Dreams. And now they head into the far turn, and not much change with the exception of Natural Chill, chilling on the lead by a neck. Riviera Champ re-engages. Last Martini still right there, but being shaken up. Here comes the Hammer, also scrubbed on hard by Hernandez. Behaving Myself's heading the wrong way, with Shattered Dreams about 8 lengths from the lead. And up top, 5 and 6 are locked in battle. It is Natural Chill to the inside of Riviera Champ. Last Martini trying to leave him punch drunk. Here comes the Hammer, has to do a lot. Behaving Myself running on 3 lengths out of it with Shattered Dreams. Into the final 125. Last Martini grinding. Last Martini bet down to even money. The People's Choice lives up to the hype. 3-6-1 in race 2.
Here we go, on to race number 3. If you didn't buy Dave's faves yet, you're going to want to get a hold of one of those. They are 2 for 2 on the card. And now we go on to the turf for our third race of the day. And on the turf, we go, excuse me, a mile and a 16th. We'll go out of the chute. Haven't done too much of that this year, but we start on the inside with Tio Blas. And this one is coming out of a Churchill one-turn mile. It's quite a different game than he's going to be playing today. And one of this horse's 2 wins did come on the turf much earlier on. 9-1 is the price that you get on this one. Paul Allen likes him quite a bit. Quite the long-legged, gangly animal is this guy. He's going to make his first start at Canterbury. Has had a mix of turf and dirt racing in recent history, but most of it has found him fairly close to the pace. Didn't look like there'd be all that much of it in here, so that could be a very advantageous place for he and Alonso Quinones to be. I thought that 6-1 was very fair. As a result, 9-1, even more fair than that. 6-1 is the price that you're going to get on Violin Maker next door. He had some trouble 2 back, but last time fixed all of those ills and came up ahead at the end of it. He was 28-1 that day. You won't get anything close to that price this afternoon, but this one has proven to like the turf course. Thought maybe he could sit a little bit closer even than he did last time, and it was a pretty solid pace. Again, that would be an advantageous spot to be for these 2 on the inside because I didn't see too much pace developing to their outside. Knievel made a good run on the turn last time around. It kind of flattened out a little bit in the lane, but at least you know that he does like this turf. He has hit the board in that only try over it. Luis Negron and Nevada Litvin will team up with this one as Luis Fuentes departs for an outside runner. Sonny is not so fun. He ran very gamely that day. The main problem against this horse, Go for Gold, a horse that ran second last time against him, is in this same spot, and he's just to this one's right. He ran an excellent race off the shelf. That was his first race since November. Got right up to the throat latch of the winner, and Sonny is not so funny, just would not let him by. This was your morning line favorite. Right now, he's only 7-2. Kind of surprising, but Go for Gold ran well enough last time to think that he would at least be in the mix, if not in the winner's circle by the time all is said and done. Will to be lucky, another closer in this group, comes off a 6th place finish behind I'm a Harley 2 and Atomic Candy, who fought it out to the line. He just kind of lingered way back at the beginning and the end of that group. Carlo Lopez takes over today. Thought that this one might benefit from a little bit more pace. I'll be looking for him down the road. Not the same case for Kids Inheritance. Kids Inheritance comes from the stable that is hitting at 43% currently when they send horses to the turf course. Not so bad for a horse that's trying to pick up his 2nd win in 5 starts over it. He's only missed the board twice overall, can handle just about anything that's thrown his way. He looks great down here in the paddock, and I think that the Minnesota bred has a big shot to win this one. Like Cruiser, just to his outside, improved a lot from May to June in his 2nd try over the course. He was coming at the end of that one, only came up a head short behind Violin Maker. Like Cruiser and Club Mesquite, just to his outside, will be coming from off the pace. Lindy Wade will pick up the mount on this one. Looks good down here in the paddock again, just like he did last time. Didn't do a whole bunch of running behind Go for Gold and Knievel, but Club Mesquite with that one behind him may improve a lot, and right now you're getting 12-1. In 8 minutes, we find out who wins the third today. The power play is coming up in the meantime. Betting options in here include Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Super Doubles, and 50-cent Pick 3s. Very interesting race for the power play. Court, give us a winner.
And here they come, heading to the turf course, which is good. No scratches, no rider changes, and the third race, 6 minutes from now.
Good afternoon, race fans. Kevin Gorg up in the press box getting ready for our power play of the day. We'll try to isolate a horse that you can use in your pick 5, your pick 4, key in some trifectas, maybe a superfecta play. It's race 5. It's number 8. It's the speedy Whiskey Plank. And a couple of scenarios that I love in turf racing, and that's watching back the most recent race. You look at these fractions, 22-4, 46-1, and you see this horse embattled on the lead. You look at the claim 2 back, Tony Rengsdorf, you can see the horse is in good form, and you see the numbers in green here on the Canterbury turf. 4 starts, 3 for 4 in the money. That's a horse you can bank on in those exotic wagers. So let's go back. Horse that we're looking at is going to come from post number 2. Whiskey Plank's going to have the white silks and with the orange trim for Wasabi. And what I love about this effort is there is no breather at any point in this race. Turf racing is all about saving energy and having something left for the stretch. And this horse gets absolutely crackled by 2 other horses, the 3 and the 6. And you can see the separation in this field. That means they're going very, very fast. Into that turn, embattled, and it's R2 with the 3 and the 6. Now we're going to move forward. This is mid-stretch. Look at the fractions and look at the 3 and the 6. The other front markers back there, they've waved the white flag, but not our horse. Our horse is kicked on. Our horse is showing heart, is in great form, and is battling up on the front. I mean, did all the dirty work and still has something left to try to hold off these deep closers that are getting the setup of the season. He's still there. He's still on the front end, deep into the stretch. In fact, these 2 horses don't pass him until the final 50 yards of the stretch. This effort was unbelievable. Now, again, the horse has to duplicate that effort tonight. Other speed in the race, but I really love the way Whiskey Plank is rounding into form for Tony Rengsdorf. It's my power play. Let's cash together.
The horses have reached the starting gate, and it is post time for race number 3. Speaking of 3, a happy 3rd birthday to Victoria Lopez. Kids Inheritance, even money. Luis Fuentes is our leading rider. He has 31 wins. Mac Robertson, our leading trainer, with 28 wins. Closely followed by Joel Burnt with 27. And Joel trains Kids Inheritance. We have one out. Club Mesquite. 8 in the gate, turf time, Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Everybody off okay, and Violin Maker looks to make sweet music for a second consecutive time. And at 8-1, Violin Maker leads it narrowly. Kids Inheritance right alongside that one. Outside of that is Club Mesquite, just to the outside of Go for Gold. Then it's Knievel looking to get Evil from 2.5 lengths out of it, and about 4 lengths clear from Will to Be Lucky. That one's to the inside of the White Horse, Light Cruiser, and in last is Tio Blas. Around the corner they go, and it's a dawdling early pace over the good going. And establishing said slow pace is Violin Maker and Neck. Kids Inheritance held tightly right alongside. Outside of that, Club Mesquite 4 wide. Inside of that is Knievel, sequestered but good to go. Go for Gold is 5th, but a very close 5th, 4 lengths from it. And behind that one, Light Cruiser is making a mid-race move to be 6 from the lead. Covering up Will to Be Lucky, and Tio Blas still in touch with the field, about 8 lengths from the front. And up top, Violin Maker and Kids Inheritance are locked in battle. The Kid has yet to be asked for run. Violin Maker being pushed on by Lara. Behind them is Club Mesquite. After that is Go for Gold. Tio Blas running on from behind, but 8 out of it. Kids Inheritance, Violin Maker. They lock up with Go for Gold, tracking 2.5 out of it. Then it's Tio Blas to the outside of Knievel. Nearly 3 astern into the final 150. Go for Gold. Inside Violin Maker. Kids Inheritance between them. Go for Gold. Kids Inheritance. Go for Gold. Violin Maker. Holy cow, what a great finish. Tight finish, but a great finish. Two, 4, 6 in a tight one. Hold them all. Photo finish. Hold them all. We have an answer. Number 2, Violin Maker ran first. Teddy G in time. Tighter photo between 4 and 6 for the rest. Dead heat for second. Dead heat for second between 4 and 6. Violin Maker has won 2 in a row. Faced challenges from all over the place. Stuck out the neck. Gets a trip to the winner's enclosure. That's 2 wins in a row for Ezekiel Lara. Likewise for trainer Mike Beeler. And the winning owners, Pony Up Racing and Teddy G. Ted Gravelis. 2, 4, 6 in a dead heat, and 1. So we will have multiple exactas, trifectas, and superfectas with that dead heat for second. 143.15 by Violin Maker. The third is official. First pick 3 today, $30.65. 3-2 double, $22.80. 2-4 exacta, 22, 2-6, $9.90. Trifecta with the 6 on the bottom paid 24, paid $14.70 with the 4 on the bottom. Once again, multiple superfecta payoffs too. 2-4-6-1 and 2-6-4-1. To the fourth race and back to a fast main track. Scratch number 6, Lolly Express. Race number 4 is courtesy of Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. And they're racing. Everybody off okay, and Violin Maker looks to make sweet music for a second consecutive time. And at 8-1, Violin Maker leads it narrowly. Kids Inheritance right alongside that one. Outside of that is Club Mesquite, just to the outside of Go for Gold. Then it's Knievel looking to get Evil from 2.5 lengths out of it, and about 4 lengths clear from Will to Be Lucky. That one's to the inside of the White Horse, Light Cruiser, and in last is Tio Blas. Around the corner they go, and it's a dawdling early pace over the good going, and establishing said slow pace is Violin Maker and Neck. Kids Inheritance held tightly right alongside. Outside of that, Club Mesquite 4 wide. Inside of that is Knievel, sequestered but good to go. Go for Gold is 5th, but a very close 5th, 4 lengths from it. And behind that one, Light Cruiser is making a mid-race move to be 6 from the lead. Covering up Will to Be Lucky. sulky, and Tio Blas still in touch with the field, about 8 lengths from the front. And up top, Violin Maker and Kid's Inheritance are locked in battle. The Kid has yet to be asked for run. Violin Maker being pushed on by Lara. Behind them is Club Mesquite. After that is Go for Gold. Tio Blas running on from behind, but 8 out of it. Kid's Inheritance, Violin Maker. They lock up with Go for Gold, tracking 2.5 out of it. Then it's Tio Blas to the outside of Knievel. Nearly 3 astern into the final 150. Go for Gold inside Violin Maker. Kid's Inheritance between them. Go for Gold. Kid's Inheritance. Go for Gold. Violin Maker. Holy cow, what a great finish. Tight finish, but a great finish.
Well, here we are, just 12 minutes away from the last leg of the post-time pick 4. The fourth race will go back to the main track. We'll go 6.5 furlongs. Lolly Express is not in this one. Lolly Express is scratched, so we have a field of 6. All of the betting options remain intact. And the one on screen right now at 6-1 is Time Heist. Time Heist was a fast closing second last time around, going 5.5. So they get an extra furlong today. Milton Town had been off for something over like 400 days. Came back to the races very ready to go, but this level proved a good fit for Time Heist. He was near the back early on that day. Probably will be today. There isn't a whole bunch of speed though, so you might find him a little bit closer as he has shown good early speed in the past. The 2 Bold Minister defined early speed. This one likes to be up close and has dictated terms pretty much the entire way in his last 2 wins, both at the $10,000 beaten level. One was going 6. The last one was going 6.5, and the Asperino barn claimed him that day. He won by a couple of lengths over My Dominator and Warrior Boss. Warrior Boss has come back to win since that time, stretching out, and Bold Minister looked like he could control the pace in here, even if he sits off Time Heist, if that one shows a little bit of speed. This one has proven a good affinity for this distance and this track and this level. A lot to like about this one, and Bold Minister is your 8-5 favorite probably as a result. The 3 Hattie's Jewel, the Minnesotan has made 38 of his career starts appear thus far, 77 lifetime tries for this one, and 15, 15, 15. Very unique record does Hattie's Jewel have. He's a trier, and last time he got up by a length and a quarter. There's an incident in that race that might have helped Hattie's Jewel out, and that margin got pretty big before Hattie's Jewel kind of got wrapped up late. I mean, he had the race won. He comes back from a mile to 6.5 today. Zeke Lara will take over from Kelsey Haar. Hattie's Jewel hasn't had the most success over this track, but again, he just won last time around, so 4-1 seems pretty fair. 7-1 on Finding Silver right next door, very fair. This one is a first-time Williams trainee, and Lindy Wade is in the saddle again. He was aboard for the Flores barn when this horse finished 5th in the aforementioned Milton Town race. He was kind of pushed along at the back of the field that day, didn't do too much running, but he seems a little bit better when he's closer to the pace, so don't be surprised to see Lindy Wade hit the gas a little bit earlier and get him in the running right from the start. The 5 Cannonball Coming, a new recruit around here. He has been in Northern California most of his life. I mean, he's made a couple of trips south, but this one has made a good living at mostly Golden Gate Fields. 43 of his 54 starts have come on that synthetic surface. A little bit more of a question mark on the dirt, even though he's won once. He's only run 7 times over it, and the last time that he was at Pleasanton, he ran a dud compared to everything around it. The 7 Shotgun Rider on the outside looks good down here in the paddock, getting a little feisty as they leave the paddock, but Shotgun Rider was 6th behind Lolly Express, who did scratch out of this. He was a very wide trip. He kind of ranged up on the far turn, looked like he'd go by, and Shotgun Rider flattened out just a little bit that day, so look for an improvement from him. But 7-2 is the price that you get on the outside runner. Lots of us with the 2 Bold Minister, who is your current favorite with 9 minutes to post. They head out to the track right now for race number 4. Good luck if you are alive in the post time pick 4. I'll meet you out in the winner's circle for a little game of categories.
Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, brings them onto the racetrack for the midway point of the Saturday stanza. Scratch number 6, Lolly Express. The race takes off about 5 minutes from now. Racing tomorrow at 4 o'clock, fireworks after. Monday racing, 4th of July, we begin at 1 o'clock. We also thank the Star Tribune for summer sponsorship and encourage you to follow Jay the Litza's Canterbury Park line throughout the live racing season in the newspaper or online at startribune.com/Canterbury.
All right, guys, Kevin Gorg with you from the Canterbury Park press box. Time for our 50-cent pick five. Very difficult sequence. I'm going to do a very affordable ticket at $36 today. Just didn't have a ton of confidence. You literally could go 4, 5, maybe 6 horses deep here and just take the field, because if Bold Minister doesn't win in the front end, anybody can win. I think Time Heist looks great right now. Hattie's Jewel's my backup. So I'm going to use just the 2 and the 3 and try to keep this thing affordable and race 5 3 horses, 6, 7, and 8 towards the outside. I really like Whiskey Plank a lot, as we talked about in our power play. In the 6th race, I'm going to use 5, 6, and 7. I think the pace will be too much. I'll take a couple of closers and use Miss Glorious just in case as the speed of the speed. 7th race, another turf race, another difficult challenge. 1, 2, 3, and 8. According to Aspen, the 8's going to be tough to beat. And I'm going to single Diodoro in the last. I think the speed of Lonely Private is going to be too much. At 9-2, I'm going to single near 5-1 shot there. Only a $36 ticket. The pick 5, guys, is going to be juicy tonight. You got to get your bets in. You've got 5 minutes to play that pick 5 with that 10% takeout. Get to the windows now, and good luck. Right now, fans, we head down to the winner's circle to Miss Angela Herman.
We are down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle with a face that you might remember from around these parts. If you won anything, even if you lost something down here in the Winner's Circle in the past, you might have got your prize from the woman to my right. Ellen, welcome back to the Winner's Circle. Now, I have to ask before we get to this game of K-Fan categories, do you know what continent we're on right now?
North America?
Correct. And do you know what country we're in?
The United States?
Correct. That should set you up very well, because the category today is U.S. states. So we're going to put you against Kevin Gorg. And I have to say, Kevin did very well in this one. So we're going to give you another 5 seconds or so to prep. We have the timekeeper. We have the scorekeeper all set. Okay. Are you a geography whiz? I mean, we never really covered this last year, but do you think you got this?
I hope so.
All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Go.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, Ohio, New York, New Jersey, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nebraska, Nevada.
All right. That's it. That's time. How many states did she get? 22. That is very impressive. You covered almost half of them. Now let's see how Kevin stacks up. Oh, yes, Ellen, congratulations. Nicely done. Sorry, Kevin, maybe we'll catch you on maybe a roster of an NHL team in Minnesota. You are the winner today, Ellen. Congratulations. Do you have a pick for the upcoming race?
I'm going with number 7.
Okay, she says 7, Shotgun Rider. She's a winner. See if you are too in approximately 2 minutes.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. Get your wagers in now. And they have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 4th of 8 on a sunny Saturday in Shakopee, Minnesota. Bold Minister, 9-5. Finding Silver and Cannonball Coming, each 2.5 to 1.
Thanks for getting those, Tim. Thank you.
Here they come. There's one out. Shotgun Rider, last in. 6 going 6 and a hook. And they're racing to begin the Canterbury Park Pick 5 with that nation low 10% takeout, and here they are. Time Heist made the start this time, and Time Heist is right up by the lead, overtaken by Cannonball Coming. The no-cows steam brought some speed from Golden Gate Fields. After that, Finding Silver, currently accepting the bronze. Behind them, Bold Minister looking to win 3 in a row, 7 out of it, and to the inside of the 7, Shotgun Rider. The one in last is Hattie's Jewel. The Riders trying to win 3 races on the card and would have to do so from 9 out of it. Time Heist puts the nose in front, badgered by Cannonball Coming. Finding Silver's getting an elite trip if good enough, and behind that, Bold Minister to the inside of Shotgun Rider, and then we come back to Hattie's Jewel, now double digits from the lead. Time Heist, with Heist on his mind, leads it by a neck, and Cannonball Coming is trying to fight back with Bold Minister to the inside. Outside of that, Shogun, make that Shotgun Rider. Number 1, still number 1. It's Time Heist from Bold Minister, and Time Heist popped the gate beautifully, pulls the upset at 7-1. Number 1, Time Heist, first in 116.63. Couple of claims in race number 4. Number 2, Bold Minister, claimed by trainer Vic Hansen for Claudia Goebel. And number 4, Finding Silver, was claimed by Oscar Flores for Danny Caldwell. That's from race 4. Couple of 10 grand claims. Bold Minister, Hanson Goebel, Finding Silver, Flores Caldwell. One, 2, 7, 5. Into the winner's circle, Time Heist and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Dana and Mary Lou Werner, and the winning trainer, Nevada Litvin. Time Heist completed the distance in 1:16.63. The post-time pick 4 paid $297.10. 1-2 exacta, $32. Trifecta, $51.10. 10-cent superfecta, $32.62. 2-1 double, $75. And the pick 3 on races 2 through 4 paid $118. Fifth race, another pick 4. The last paid nearly $600 to 1 on the dollar. The 50-cent pick 4 begins on a turf course listed as good. And scratch number 4, Edgy Reggie. Six and a hook. And they're racing to begin the Canterbury Park pick 5 with that nation low 10% takeout, and here they are. Time Heist made the start this time, and Time Heist is right up by the lead, overtaken by Cannonball Coming. The No-Cals Steam brought some speed from Golden Gate Fields. After that, Finding Silver currently accepting the bronze. Behind them, Bold Minister looking to win 3 in a row, 7 out of it. And to the inside of the 7, Shotgun Rider. The one in last is Hattie's Jewel. The Riders trying to win 3 races on the card and would have to do so from 9 out of it. Time Heist puts the nose in front, badgered by Cannonball Coming. Finding Silver's getting an elite trip if good enough, and behind that, Bold Minister to the inside of Shotgun Rider, and then we come back to Hattie's Jewel, now double digits from the lead. Time Heist, with Heist on his mind, leads it by a neck, and Cannonball Coming is trying to fight back with Bold Minister to the inside. Outside of that, Shogun, make that Shotgun Rider. Number 1, still number 1, it's Time Heist from Bold Minister, and Time Heist popped the gate beautifully, pulls the upset at 7 to 1.
Time Heist up the inside. Nevada Litvin scores, and somehow our good friend Brian Aragoni's got a big smile on his face right now because he tabbed that 7-1 shot and it ran huge. Congrats to the Connections. We sail onto the turf for race number 5. And this looks like a humdinger. We scratched the 4-horse. And again, turf racing at Canterbury all season has offered plenty of value. So don't be afraid to shop around for some long shots here. This looks like a very balanced field. Watching the early wagering, I think you're going to see some fluctuation throughout. We're going to start by, taking a look at the inside marker. This is Angela Herman's tout. She's very fond of Mystifier. And Mike Beeler, as we talked about in our Today at the Races program, Paul Allen and myself, is sitting on some wins. Well, that proved to be fairly proficient because he's had 2 wins on the card, looking for his 3rd. The only thing hotter than Mike Beeler is one of the owners, Steve Urban, has a shirt on out here, and that might be the only thing hotter right now than Mike Beeler. That thing, somehow, maybe the Holiday Inn's missing some drapes, but that thing is sharp, and we'll see if Mr. Urban ends up in the winner's circle. Look at that bad boy. Whew. That is awesome. That's just simply awesome. Part of the Connections for Mystifier, hot trainer, good post position, 3rd off the layoff, lots of handicapping angles there. And if you like the horse, you're going to get paid too. The price right now, nearly 5-1 for Mr. Urban and the gang. Number 2 is Mr. Cougar. Zeke Lara is the rider for this one, and it's the Westerman gang. Last time this horse was on the turf, all this horse did is run 3rd at 28-1, and it was against similar competition. So there's no question, if you're building some of those trifectas or superfectas, I think the 2 merits a peak. No question, this is a horse that can jump out tonight and maybe surprise some people. Taking some money too, 12-1 morning line. Early in the wagering, yes, I get it, but only 6-1. So the horse has been cut in half. And here they come parading out from the saddling enclosure. There's a good look at the one. Mystifier, Angela's tout, looks awesome. Ears are up, good, healthy-looking coat. As I mentioned, it's a little bit on the humid side here tonight at Canterbury, and the horse is really, with the energy that this horse is showing, not really sweating at all. So that's a good sign. Mystifier looking the part with the Q. And there's Mr. Cougar right behind that one. That's the horse we just talked about that ran 3rd at 28-1 at this level. Next in line will be the 3. This is All Ablaze, Louise Valenzuela for Francisco Bravo. Another horse that comes from good connections. One turf try way back at Remington when this horse debuted back in November of 21. So I'm going to draw a line through that. That was a learning experience. The horse is bred to handle it, and Bravo, again, one of those trainers that seems to win here every single season, so don't sleep on that one. 5 might be the speed of the speed. This is Honor Strike with Harry Hernandez. This horse shipped in from Turf Paradise and, ran 9th last time, but went really fast on the front end. The pace was just a little too much. The pace scenario looks a little different this time, and I think the 5 gets loose. And I think the 5, if the horse can settle in and maybe slow things down, might be able to outrun those odds. Those odds right now are 8-1. 6 is Marquee Ride for the Elwellings. Lindy Wade for Gary Shearer. Love the Connections and love the Fairgrounds turf form. You go back into January and February, this horse was facing staunch competition in Cajun country and really held his own nicely. He's just a 3-year-old. They paid a bunch of money for this horse, $135,000. So you have to pay attention to connections like this. And the 6 horse is a square 5-1. 7 is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. And here comes Joel Burnt. The barn is winning 43% on the turf. So with that stat alone, don't even look at the racing form. If it's Joel Burnt and you're doing a trifecta and you're racing on turf, just put him in there. Trust me, the Burnt horses are all firing on the grass. Where'd the day go? Makes some sense. And 4-1. I mentioned it in our power play synopsis earlier. I'm a big fan of Whiskey Plank. He was one of the horses, like the 5, that was in that crazy pace battle last time. Hung in there for 3rd. This time gets the outside post, can sit just off, and maybe pounce when they turn for home. Whiskey Plank and Jermaine Bridgman is 2-1. On the outside is Delft Blue. Here comes Roman for Hugo Rodriguez, and we've seen Chicago shippers. We haven't seen a lot, but we've seen some Chicago shippers come here from Hawthorne and do some damage already. And keep an eye on that because they're shutting her down here for a while in Chicago. So you're going to see more horses in from Chicago, and they have done well specifically on our grass course. Morning line set by a professional here at Canterbury was 9-2, and right now you're getting 10-1. In the business of horse racing, we call that an overlay. Claimers here, 7.5 furlongs on a good turf course. This looks like a really fun betting race. Play those exactas, tries, and superfectas. You hit this one, you might need a wheelbarrow to get home. Race 5, onto the track they go. It's all coming up and coming at you on the Canterbury turf. Next.
The beautiful stylings of Lynn Dykert bring the field onto the track for race number 5. We're 7 minutes away from it. And in our 5th race, we will go to a good turf course. 7.5 furlongs the distance. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, 10-cent super, double pick 3, and pick 4 wagering available in the upcoming 5th race. The Canterbury Concert Series is back for 2022. Experience an outdoor concert experience like no other. With musical acts like Government Mule, Everclear, Anderson East, and more, buy your tickets before they get sold out. Check out the website for dates, ticket information, and all other questions that you might have about the Canterbury Concert Series. Speaking of music, if you like country music, July 22nd through the 24th, Canterbury is taking the week off from racing and hosting Twin Cities Summer Jam. With musical headliners like Blake Shelton, Kane Brown, Trace Adkins, and more, you won't want to miss out. Tickets are now on sale at tcsummerjam.com/tickets. And back on the local scene with racing, we have unicorn and llama races in addition to our horse races on July 10th. Enjoy unicorn and llama themed crafts, face painting, as well as regular Family Day Sunday activities. These magical fuzzy creatures will take to the track between live horse races. We'll see you at Unicorn and Llama Day, July 10th. Tickets available online. The late pick 4 is coming up, so we got to take an angle. And this one was more of a horse that I thought maybe if you wanted to single it or if you wanted to place a win bet in the last race of the day, which looks like one of the most competitive races, that this would be a good horse to hone in on because he has such great early speed. Now that horse gets a little bit easier time of it, in theory, with a few scratches out of this one. One of them was a main track only. But Lonely Private is a horse that a few of us like, actually. And Lonely Private, I would guess, would go off nowhere close to the 9-2 morning line that he was set at prior to the scratches. Now, Lonely Private hasn't raced on the turf in quite some time. These are his past performances all the way back to September of 20. But there is one outstanding feature with Lonely Private that makes his races stand out from the others. His very best races are when he's on the front end. Those are all highlighted here, all the way back from September of 2020 to March of 2021, Oaklawn, and Canterbury. All of these 4 are some of his very best lifetime efforts. Each one of them saw him either controlling the pace or very close to controlling the pace. Now that matters because the last time that we saw Lonely Private here at Canterbury, he was not able to control the pace. Now looking at that race, it's on the dirt. You can see it right here. This is heading into the far turn, and Lonely Private is number 6, sitting in second outside of Astronaut Oscar. Now, this race is important because of where he finishes up and how very fast this race did go. Now, Astronaut Oscar got clear on the early lead. Lonely Private was never too far off him. And, I mean, they went sub-22 for the first quarter. Astronaut Oscar, when comfortable on the front end, is very, very tough to run down. I mean, even if he is a little bit off it, he's tough. But this main track is his sandbox. Lonely Private tried to give him a run on the outside. Lonely Private did very well to get to the outside of him and get close. But he is extremely tough to run down, especially at the short distance that they were going. You can see the half-mile fraction in 44 flat. The 5/8 is going to come up, and that'll be what's very important because this horse is going to go 5/8 today. Just sub 56. That's cruising right along. And if Lonely Private can duplicate that race in any sort of form and carry that form over to the turf, I thought he would make a good win bet towards the end of the card at a fair price. Now, whether that price will be fair, I suppose we find out. But that's the angle. Lonely Private on the front end. Now, moving on to the late pick 4, which starts in 3 minutes. The 5th race will kick it off on the turf, 7.5 furlongs. Scratch the 4, Edgy Reggie. One that one's seen before is my top pick in here, and that's Mystifier. I opted to go 4 deep in here, just not having a very strong opinion because the pace seemed a little bit muddled. Mystifier might stay very close to it. I thought Honor Strike, I thought Whiskey Plank, I thought Delft Blue would all go out there and probably make things hard on each other, and Mystifier might sit a very good trip just behind them. This would be a horse, if he stays at 9-2, that I am going to bet to win. And Mystifier made a nice impression in the paddock, like Kevin said. This horse gets a little bit warm, so those really hot summer days that we've been having probably don't agree as well with Mystifier as the day today, which is kind of in the 70s, a little bit breezy. It's kind of humid out there, but certainly not as bad as Mystifier has seen in his first 2 tries at the track this summer. I singled Big Andy off the claim. Nevada Litman looks for another win today. Big Andy was so impressive going 6.5. She does go back to 5. I know that in theory that wouldn't seem like it would be conducive to her as she has raced in 2 turn races, 6.5. A lot of longer races than she's going to be in today. But 5 furlongs and Big Andy have gotten along in the past. She is 2 for 3 in the exacta with 5 furlongs. She'll try to break it down today though. And I think that off that last effort, today is the day when she can finally do it. Leather and Lace is my top choice in race number 7, but as you can see, I couldn't really pick out one that could separate themselves from the other because there's, again, a distinctive lack of pace in there. There's Silvera, there's Northern Alliance, but other than that, you don't have anybody that's really going to go up there and make things sizzle along. So I think this one will become more of a rider's race. I tried to utilize my options with horses who have shown speed in the past, but who don't consistently show speed. I thought that Leather and Lace might get the best of them anyway, just in factoring everything together, including class, her recent performances, etc. But I don't think that Leather and Lace is a standout and one that you can single. If you do, more power to you, but I didn't see the sequence that way. Now, in the last race of the day, I mean, I did go 4 deep, but gosh, a Lonely Private would be the one that I would probably single in there. I just think that there's going to be maybe a little bit of a jam just behind him if this horse can somehow get clear, and if he gets pushed along too hard or he doesn't take to our turf course. Those are a couple of ifs that I wasn't willing to single him with. But again, if you can get somewhere between 7-2 and 9-2, this horse looked very formidable with the outside post and with the speed that he's shown on the main track. That's it. I usually don't really reach deep into my pockets for these pick 4 tickets, but I saw the sequence that sort of way today. See what you can find. You don't have much time left to bet the pick 4. Good luck.
it is now post time. Post time for race number 5. Here is Whiskey Plank, the 8-5 favorite going in. And Delft Blue, last in, 8 in the gate, race 5.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on.
And they're racing, and they all made the 5th on time. Honor Strike strikes the lead with Hernandez at 8-1. Whiskey Plank came out firing, and so did Mr. Cougar to the inside. Delft Blue wide around the turn, but right in the thick of it, 4 lengths out of it, as Honor Strike picks up the tempo, opens up by 1.5 lengths. Where'd the day go? That Minnesotan is 7-8 lengths from the lead to the outside of Mystifier. Then we come back to All Ablaze, and All Ablaze is about 10, 11 lengths from the lead into the inside of Marquee Ride. Up the barn side they go. Race 5, Canterbury Park. Honor Strike opens that lead to 3. It's Honor Strike from Whiskey Plank, and Whiskey Plank is 2.5, 3 clear from Mr. Cougar to the inside of Delft Blue, and Blue's looking to get in the black. Where'd the day go? Shoved on, 10 out of it. Mystifier next to the inside. Marquee Ride needs to give more to the outside of All Ablaze, and Honor Strike and Harry trying to take them wire to wire. Honor Strike leads it by 2.5. Whiskey Plank continues to plug away, hoping that 5 walks the metaphorical plank, and they are about 3 lengths clear from Mr. Cougar to the inside of Delft Blue, and it's Honor Strike still showing the way but slowing down. Whiskey Plank attacking, cutting the lead from a half to a neck to a nose. And there he goes. Whiskey Plank takes off and gets the money in race 5. It is 8 and a tight photo for second between 5 and 2. Race 5, official. Exacta 14 and change, trifecta 54 and change, 10-cent superfecta 95.73, favorite on top. Pick 3 paid $95.55. 8259. Race 6 begins the pick 3 on the final 3 live races today. And scratch number 2, Elemental. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Pepsi. Canterbury Park thanks Think Minnesota Realty for 2022 sponsorship. It is thinkminnesota.com. To the winner's enclosure, Whiskey Plank and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Whiskey Plank is owned by Wasabi Venture Stables and the winning trainer, Tony Ringstorff. Final time, 129.96. And they're racing, and they all made the 5th on time. Honor Strike strikes the lead with Hernandez at 8-1. Whiskey Plank came out firing, and so did Mr. Cougar to the inside. Delft Blue wide around the turn, but right in the thick of it, 4 lengths out of it, as Honor Strike picks up the tempo, opens up by a length and a half. Where'd the day go? That Minnesotan is 7-8 lengths from the lead to the outside of Mystifier. Then we come back to All Ablaze, and All Ablaze is about 10, 11 lengths from the lead into the inside of Marquee Ride. Up the barn side they go. Race 5, Canterbury Park. Honor Strike opens that lead to 3. It's Honor Strike from Whiskey Plank, and Whiskey Plank is 2.5, 3 clear from Mr. Cougar to the inside of Delft Blue, and Blue's looking to get in the black. Where'd the day go? Shoved on 10 out of it. Mystifier next to the inside. Marquee Ride needs to give more to the outside of All Ablaze, and Honor Strike and Harry trying to take them wire to wire. Honor Strike leads it by 2.5. Whiskey Plank continues to plug away, hoping that 5 walks the metaphorical plank, and they are about 3 lengths clear from Mr. Cougar to the inside of Delft Blue, and it's Honor Strike still showing the way but slowing down. Whiskey Plank attacking, cutting the lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Whiskey Plank takes off and gets the money in race 5. It is 8 and a tight photo for second between 5 and 2. Brewhouse, who still has that pretty white face in front. Brewhouse drifts well off the inside. Now Summer Swinger darts down to the inside. After that is Sweet Secret and Sleepless Nights, and Brewhouse has put their backs against the wall, and she is gone. Brewhouse, just one look, that's all it took. 2-6-3 in the opener. Up 5 and 6 are locked in battle. It is Natural Chill to the inside of Riviera Champ. Last Martini trying to leave him punch drunk. Here comes the Hammer, has to do a lot. Behaving Myself running on 3 lengths out of it with Shattered Dreams. Into the final 125. Last Martini grinding. Last Martini bet down to even money. The People's Choice lives up to the hype. 3-6-1 in race 2. Violin Maker. They lock up with Gopher Gold, tracking 2.5 out of it. Then it's T.O. Blas to the outside of Knievel. Nearly 3 astern into the final 150. Gopher Gold inside Violin Maker. Kids Inheritance between them. Gopher Gold, Kids Inheritance. Gopher Gold, Violin Maker. Holy cow, what a great finish. Tight finish, but a great finish. From the lead. Time Heist, with Heist on his mind, leads it by a neck. And Cannonball Cummins is trying to fight back with Bold Minister to the inside. Outside of that, Shogun, make that shotgun rider. Number 1, still number 1. It's Time Heist from Bold Minister. And Time Heist popped the gate beautifully, pulls the upset at 7-1. Walks the metaphorical plank, and they are about 3 lengths clear from Mr. Cougar to the inside of Delft Blue, and it's Honor Strike still showing the way but slowing down. Whiskey Plank attacking, cutting the lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Whiskey Plank takes off and gets the money in race 5. It is 8 and a tight photo for second between 5 and 2.
A heady ride by Jermaine Bridgemahan, doesn't get caught in the pace battle, saves his best for last, and Whiskey Plank, the People's Choice, obliges in our 5th race. We sail on now to race 6. Final pick 3. I love the rolling pick 3 at Canterbury. Very underrated wager. You can play that rolling pick 3 each and every race day. Tomorrow we're back. A special 4 o'clock first post. The best fireworks extravaganza in the state. Period. And I'm 55. I've seen them all. I'm telling you, they're awesome here. Come out and join us. Monday on America's birthday, we come back from Independence Day, 1 o'clock with all the family day activities. Here come the horses on parade, and we'll start with number 1, Honey Parade. Carlo Lopez for Robertino Diodoro. A Diodoro horse with speed. Interesting. 5 furlongs, looking good down here. She's giving me the nod. Healthy looking coat. The ears are up with those pretty white blinkers. Honey Parade, if she can work out a trip, and again, inside post can be a little daunting if you break slow, but if she gets out, she's got a shot, and it's Diodoro at 7-1, so I'm interested already. For all you country music fans out there, how about Taylor B. Swift, the 3? Chip Woolley is a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. He sends this one out, and I like her because she's got early speed to handle the heat of a 5 furlong race like this, but she can stalk. She doesn't need the lead. She can sit just off the pace too. We'll see if Taylor can be swift and get the money at 5-1. Number 4 is Flying Business. Roman gets the call here in from Chicago. Another one of those sneaky Chicago shippers. Last couple efforts have been just okay, but if you go back a little earlier, back to April and May, those efforts show me this horse is good enough. She'll probably be a couple lengths off the pace. They're going to go fast. She'll likely get first run down the stretch, and she might be a horse to sneak in to that superfecta wager. My top pick in the race is number 5, Big Andy. Good-looking 4-year-old filly comes off an emphatic win. Now, can she validate that win? She got claimed. It's Nevada Litvin. We're looking for another win for Nevada, our good friend, training the horse. And I just think the pace is going to be electric. I think it's going to be fast up front. And I think Big Andy is one of the best closers in the race. I think Big Andy can sit off it and come get them when they turn for home. Number 6 is Miss Glorious of the Speedball. She might be the most dangerous. This gray filly can absolutely fly. And she looks awesome down here. Turf to dirt. Facing some tough competition of late, I think Miss Glorious is a must in your exotic wagering, and she's 5-2. Number 7 is CC, the Bartender. And Lindy Wade gets the call here for Oscar Flores. They got a great trip last time off the pace. If you like Big Andy, you should consider the 7 because they're going to get similar trips. And boy, I thought the 8 horse made quite the impression down here. That's Southern Venture. Southern Venture looking awesome in the paddock. Didn't have this horse in my earlier analysis, but I love the way CC Perkinson has this horse looking. Great looking coat, good looking energy, and now because I saw the horse in the paddock, I've got to mix that horse into my wagers tonight. This is a cool race, only 5 furlongs, but boy, these are some of the faster girls on the grounds. It's fillies and mares, it's 5 furlongs, and it's race number 6. Get your bets in, and don't forget, it's the final pick 3 of the night. Fun and games like no place else, right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Thank you.
We're down here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle, and it's time for a little trivia. And I have to ask you, are you familiar with Miss Martina McBride?
I am actually, yes.
Okay, and who are you? Where are you from? Have you won a lot of money tonight?
Yes, my name is Jamie Kendall. I am from Chanhassen, and yes, we actually have won quite a bit tonight.
Excellent. Well, let's see if you can win a little bit more. Pretty simple. We're going to put up a trivia question on the old tote board behind me, and you just have to give me the correct answer. Now, tonight's question, I believe, is which one of these is not a Martina McBride song? Independence Day, Butterfly, Fly Away, Broken Wing, or Concrete Angel?
I believe D is not accurate.
D, Concrete Angel. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Okay, TV, let's see. Which one is it? I'm sorry, it was Butterfly, Fly Away. That's all right. Just listen to a little bit more Martina McBride. Get your tickets and come see her in concert. We still have a couple of free admission passes for you. And since you have been winning money with the horses, who do you like?
Today we were all on in Whiskey Plank.
Okay, perfect. What about for this race? Anybody you like?
I actually am rooting for the 4 tonight.
Okay, 4, Flying Business. You got a nice long shot. You got a couple of admission passes, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much.
They have reached the starting gate, and it is now post time. We have a hot dog eating contest Monday, 4th of July. 1 o'clock racing, hot dog eating contest. Excellent prize package. That's Monday. Here is CC the Bartender, 3-2 and favored. Southern Venture. Race number 6, They Dash. They're racing. Excellent beginning for CC the Bartender, seeded by Miss Glorious, and inside Honey Parade is firing, and outside of that is Southern Venture. After that, CC the Bartender outbroke the field, but now tracks the leading trio, 2.5 from the lead. And it's about the same margin to Flying Business, and then we come back 1.5 lengths to Taylor B. Swift, anything but enchanted right now, and Big Andy can see them all. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and Honey Parade has pulled Carlo Lopez to the lead. Honey Parade leads it with 1/4 mile to go from Miss Glorious. After that, CC the Bartender about 7 lengths from the front to the outside of Taylor B. Swift, still having an opportunity to shake it off. Honey Parade battling it out with Miss Glorious. Taylor B. Swift surging inside. Outside, CC the Bartender. Honey Parade, Taylor Swift, and Miss Glorious. Honey Parade gets the money at 6-1. Photo. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 1. Honey gets the money. 1637 in 57.68. Claim. 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 1637. The runner-up, Miss Glorious, claimed by trainer Miguel Hernandez for Miguel H. Racing. That's number 6, Miss Glorious, claimed $7,500. Hernandez, and Miguel Hernandez won a 3-way shake for number 6, Miss Glorious. Into the winner's enclosure, it's Honey Parade and Carlo Lopez. The winning owners, By a Nose Stable, and the winning on-site trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Honey Parade. The winning rider, Carlo Lopez, would like to wish his daughter Victoria a happy 3rd birthday. Happy birthday, young lady, from the winning rider and everybody associated with Canterbury and Honey Parade. Racing. Excellent beginning for CC the bartender, seeded by Miss Glorious, and inside Honey Parade is firing, and outside of that is Southern Venture. After that, CC the bartender outbroke the field, but now tracks the leading trio, 2.5 from the lead. And it's about the same margin to Flying Business, and then we come back a length and a half to Taylor B. Swift, anything but enchanted right now, and Big Andy can see them all. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and Honey Parade has pulled Carlo Lopez to the lead. Honey Parade leads it with a 1/4 of a mile to go from Miss Glorious. After that, CC the bartender about 7 lengths from the front to the outside of Taylor B. Swift, still having an opportunity to shake it off. Honey Parade battling it out with Miss Glorious. Taylor B. Swift surging inside. Outside, CC the bartender. Honey Parade, Taylor Swift, and Miss Glorious. Honey Parade gets the money at 6-1.
Well, we talked about Honey Parade looking good in the paddock, but having to work out a trip inside with speed. If you get crossed over on, you might never get out, and give Carlo Lopez a ton of the credit there. He got the horse into a perfect position. Anytime you can cash a bet on a trainer as good as Robertino Diodoro at 7-1, that's how you play the game. That's value. That's how you get pick threes and trifectas and superfectas to overpay. Excellent job. Paul Allen scouted that one out. Great pick by our track announcer, and a nice mutual payoff for anybody that followed PA to the winner's circle. We're back on the turf. It's the late daily double. Final 2 races of the afternoon. Don't forget tomorrow, 4 o'clock with the fireworks. Monday, hot dog eating contest. And the 4th of July celebration, family day style, with first post at 1 o'clock. Love turf racing, love capping this stuff. We'll start with number 1, Sailing Along, for Mr. Francisco Bravo. Great barn, red hot jockey. Luis Fuentes is just having an awesome season in the saddle, and he's done great work on the turf. Look at his turf numbers. They've been out just amazing. Good post for Luis here to find a good spot for a horse that's got decent tracking speed. Here's the one horse parading around for us, looking good on camera right now, front and center. Not a drop of sweat. Bravo's a trainer we trust, and Singing Along with the red hot jockey who's doing so good in the turf is 5-1. I'm going to find a little value with my top pick. This is Leather and Lace Lindy Wade. Last year's champion jockey gets the call for Oscar Flores. Needed that start last time. Hadn't raced since March and ran a bang-up second to According for Aspen. Now, According to Aspen got the win, and that horse deserves to be favored here. But look at the post advantage we have tonight. We got the 2 spot. They got the 8 spot. So a little reversal of form could happen. I believe it. Angela Herman's with me. And 9-2. Fair price as well on Leather and Lace. Here comes Mad Grace. Here comes number 3, and this is a horse that has last raced back in late May, was claimed that day for $16,000, is in for a tag of $16,000. It's a trainer that wins 31% off the train. So Mr. Asperino knows what he's doing when he goes and gets a horse, and his go-to rider, Harry Hernandez, shows up. That's enough for me to put this horse into my tries and supers at 4-1. Number 4 is Silvera. Luis Valenzuela gets the call here, in from Chicago, last seen in a turf sprint. 10 starts on the Canterbury turf, 6 for 10 in the trifecta. And we'll see if that stretch out works at 21-1. 5 is Northern Alliance. The Q, Alonso Quinones here for Hugo Rodriguez. Tried Stakes Company last time in Chicago, got beat by some really nice horses, and was kind of gaining ground late. Fairgrounds turf form, some speed to set this one up. Expect the 5 to try to come charging late to get a piece of this one. 6 is Hurricane Hunter. This is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. We saw Jermaine Bridgemahan give that horse on the turf a couple races back an excellent ride. He just knows when to make a move. Love that he rode up at Woodbine. That's a tough track, and he knows how to get it done on the turf. This horse has some good turf history. 15 starts, 8 for 15 in the top 3 and 6-1. 7 is Why Not Sizzle. Might be the speed of the speed. If this horse can somehow get loose, look out. Carlo Lopez looking to go boom, boom, back to back. Did go off at 5-2 against the favorite last time. And if this horse is loose, this horse is dangerous, and 12-1. Here's the horse to beat. It's another Minnesota bred. It's According to Aspen. Tanner Tracy and Mr. Roman. Big win last time. 12 starts on the Canterbury turf. 5 wins, 2 seconds and a third. The only negative thing I can find is the post. The horse looked great down here, is in great form, and loves this turf course. Absolutely, positively the horse to beat. I'm going to try Leather and Lace. It's a really cool betting race. It's turf racing here in the 7th race. Our late daily double is back-to-back turf events. Pretty cool there as well. Get your bets in now. They'll be at the gate in around 9 minutes. Race 7 coming up and coming at you next.
Onto the track and heading to the turf course for race 7. 7 minutes.
Hey Canterbury Park, it's Megan in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle with our contestants Andrea and Matt, who are going to race to the Quick Trip Pump for their chance to win a Quick Trip rewards card with a $20 value. Whoever can get to the pump first is our winner, and they're making their way down to the starting line. Let's make some noise for our Quick Trip racers. All right, ready, set, go, and they're off. Oh no. That was pretty good. It looks like Matt is our Quick Trip Rewards winner. Thank you so much to our contestants for participating, and they're going to go home with some free admission passes as well.
Into the gate they go, and it is now post time for the 7th race. It is the Saturday Penultimate. According to Aspen, last in, 8 in the gate. And they're racing. Silvera from the center with LAV popped nicely at a big price. Why Not Sizzle 18-1 with speed, but it's Silvera running away by 2.5. Mad Grace is next to the outside of Leather and Lace, and Leather and Lace is just off the heels of that 3, about 4 from the front, and 1.5 clear from According to Aspen, and that one is 8 lengths from the lead. Behind According to Aspen, we have a line of 3. Widest is Northern Alliance. Between them, Hurricane Hunter next to the rail sailing along. 10 from front to back up the barn side. Silvera all about the gold at $1,000,000 to 1. Silvera leads it by 2. Mad Grace lays second to the inside of Why Not Sizzle. Then it's a Leather and Lace, 5 out of it. 2.5, 3 behind that, According to Aspen, who is loose reined and being niggled at by Constantino Roman. Sail Along is next as Hurricane Hunter sails along to be 6 from the lead, and Northern Alliance is in last. And now this long shot Silvera has company, and company in the shape of Why Not Sizzle, and between them Mad Grace, Leather and Lace getting a great trip, swinging wide and to the inside of According to Aspen, and now they charge down the Canterbury Park turf course. Outside Why Not Sizzle, between them Mad Grace, Leather and Lace, and now Hurricane Hunter. The result of the photo shows 3 Mad Grace first, 3, 8, 6, 7. The winner, Mad Grace, claimed for $16,000. The new trainer, Tony Rengstorff. The new owners, Wasabi Ventures. Winner, tagged, Changing Barns. 16K, Rengstorff, Wasabi. And to the winner's enclosure, it is Mad Grace and Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer, Alfredo Esprino. The inquiry does not involve any of the top 4 finishers. General Steward's inquiry into the stretch run of race 7. Inquiry sign removed, and race 7 is official. The 8th is the final live race today, and we stay on the turf. Scratch numbers 1, 2, and 9. And they're racing. Silvera from the center with LAV popped nicely at a big price. Why not Sizzle 18-1 with speed? But it's Silvera running away by 2.5. Mad Grace is next to the outside of Leather and Lace. And Leather and Lace is just off the heels of that 3, about 4 from the front. And 1.5 clear from According to Aspen. And that one is 8 lengths from the lead. Behind According to Aspen, we have a line of 3. Widest is Northern Alliance. Between them, Hurricane Hunter next to the rail sailing along. 10 from front to back up the barn side. Silvera all about the gold at 1,000,000 to 1. Silvera leads it by 2. Mad Grace lays second to the inside of Why Not Sizzle. Then it's a Leather and Lace, 5 out of it. 2.5, 3 behind that, According to Aspen, who is loose reined and being niggled at by Constantino Roman. Sail Along is next as Hurricane Hunter sails along to be 6 from the lead, and Northern Alliance is in last. And now this long shot Silvera has company, and company in the shape of Why Not Sizzle, and between them Mad Grace, Leather and Lace getting a great trip, swinging wide and to the inside of According to Aspen. And now they charge down the Canterbury Park turf course. Outside Why Not Sizzle, between them Mad Grace. Hunter catches the eye. Outside According to Aspen, Hurricane Hunter, Mad Grace. Mad Grace fended all the challenges.
Focus. What a great crowd tonight. Caught us all by surprise, but the weather, which looked ugly early, turned out to be beautiful, and that's a sign of things to come tomorrow for the fireworks extravaganza. You know, when you work out here, Angela, and you have 70 roughly race days to cover, certain days stand out as extra special, and I know for you and I, we've talked about this. July 3rd is one of those dates I look forward to every single year.
Of course, and there's only a handful of them through the summer that you can point to even before the season begins and go, that's going to be a good day. Northern Stars Turf Festival, the 3rd of July, Oaks and Derby Day, Festival of Champions. I mean, they're the ones that keep coming up every year, and they keep delivering. So if you haven't been here for the 3rd of July and you have some time tomorrow to come and join us, it'll be worth your while. We start at 4. Remember, we start at 4. And we will have about an hour break after the races. You can listen to Boogie Wonderland, and then you can enjoy that fireworks spectacular. Kevin is going to stick around, MC the entire thing. You will see. No, actually, usually Paul is down in the winner's circle, and we can take it in wherever you are around the park because there's going to be a big crowd. So if you do want one of those front row seats, make sure that you get here early, probably before our race card starts, because once people are here, they're staying put. So if you can make it before 4, highly recommended.
And don't forget, Monday, 1 o'clock, hot dog eating contest, America's birthday. It's going to be spectacular. But right now, we got to send you home a winner. We're going to handicap the last race. And I thought it was pretty cool because right now, Canterbury's kind of front and center nationwide. And we get so much money bet from California, New York, Chicago, Vegas. We're the only track, I believe, going right now with turf racing. And in this late daily double, back-to-back turf races, this card has not disappointed. We've seen prices, we've seen upsetters, and now maybe a chance for this pick 5 to pay some big, big box cars. So good luck if you're alive in that said pick 5.
Right.
Tough race here, right? I mean, a couple of scratches to report, and I thought a very challenging race to handicap.
Well, I thought so too. And there's horses who have shown speed going long, some who've shown it on dirt, maybe not on turf, and they're all going to convene going 5 furlongs on the turf. Even with scratches, this was still a hard group to handicap. And we should mention that the 1, Pop's Biscuit, the 2, Rusty Cage, who will join later in the weekend, and May We All, number 9, are all out of this. So you're still left with what you can see on the board. A complex betting race. You would expect a horse to stand out and maybe be, I don't know, around even money in this bunch. Not the case. Right now you have 2-1 on Cotton Candy Martini, but that is just where the contention begins. Start with Milton Town. Make a case.
Well, the case is this. 28 career starts and 9 victories. This horse knows how to win. Miguel Angel Silva, one of our top trainers every year. Luis Fuentes is our top rider right now. And it's the thumbs up gang. And for some reason, off a big win on the dirt, they switch surfaces. And the horse has 0 starts career-wise on the grass, but has a Tomlinson figure in the 300. So right away, I'm interested, especially if we're going to get more than that 2-1 morning line. So I think a prime player in the exotics. You and I are both on a different horse as far as our top selection. I have this horse second in my analysis, and I'm a little surprised this horse is 7-2. I think he's a major player here.
Yeah, he's 9 for 28. His mother was all turf, and that pedigree really lends itself to both surfaces, which is kind of the case with the 4, Cotton Candy Martini. Only 1 start in. He did beat Casey's Law, who has been heavily favored in both of his starts, but Casey's Law came back to kind of run a stinker the other day. So what do you use that as with a yardstick as far as Cotton Candy Martini?
Well, this horse beat the horse, so I mean, it takes a little, I think, of the starch out of that win, and it's 1 career start against some salty horses that have multiple wins. I'm always a little dubious of horses that break their maiden first time out and then jump into a race like this, where you've got the older winners that know how to get it done. You know, you look at the horse next door, Optimal Courage has 4 career wins. You look at a couple other horses like our top pick, Lonely Private, 4 career wins. This horse has 1 start. Now, it was a dandy.
Yeah.
It's Mac Robertson, but I think at this price right now, I'm willing to take a shot against Cotton Candy Martini.
Right, there's a lot of talent there, but it did take him all the way to 4 to make it to the races. I agree with you. I think this horse has wins in his future, just not sure about particularly in this spot. Now, Optimal Courage is going for 2 in a row on our turf course, going 5 furlongs. You can't say that about the rest of this group, but Optimal Courage is also taking a big step up in class. Do you think it's too big a step?
I don't. I think the horse is sharp right now. I like the shot that Bruce Reekin's taken. The fans agree. They're betting this horse well down from that 10-1 morning line. I also think the 6 is sneaky. Sonny is not so funny, but we got to get to our horse because right now on cue, here comes our 8. I love Lonely Private. I think this horse is loose. Ange, tell me why we're right here and why this horse is going to win.
I like the outside draw for him now that May We All has scratched. I think that Lonely Private Chase, I mean, it was at the time, we thought very close to a track record that day that Astronaut Oscar took that field wire to wire, and Lonely Private gave him everything he could on the front end. I mean, he dogged the source the entire way. Astronaut Oscar did draw off, but Lonely Private was still very game for second. I think that 5 furlongs will be up his alley. I think he's bred well enough for turf, and he's run well enough on the turf in the past. If he and Lindy Wade break even in the top 3 of the field, I think Lonely Private should be very close to either pressuring the pace or setting the pace, and he'll be tough to run down.
There's the grid of selections, top to bottom, all the handicappers here. For Angela Herman, I'm Kevin Gorg. We really appreciate you coming out on this beautiful summer Saturday night. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for our fireworks extravaganza with a 4 o'clock first post, and Monday for the 4th of July. Pepsi Family Day style on a Monday. You can't beat that. First post, 1 o'clock. Good luck here in the lucky last. The Card Club open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, air-conditioned with food and beverage service. Enjoy fun and games like no place else right here at Canterbury Park.
Hey, that's Lynn Dykert. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir Leonard Dykert, the best in show. See you tomorrow for the fireworks, buddy. 8th race, firm turf course, scratch numbers 1, 2, and 9. Riders back on, and they're heading to the gate. Thank you for your patience. Here they come. Lonely Private, last in line. And they're racing. Very fast beginning for Justice Warrior. Lonely Private's good to go. So is Optimal Courage, looking to win 2 in a row. Justice Warrior plugs on, but has been overtaken by the 6, looking to win 2 in a row. And that one is right to the outside of the speed. Then we come back about 3, 4, maybe 5 lengths to Milton Town. Milton Town would have to extend a winning streak to 3 from 6 out of it running on. And Cotton Candy Martini looking to remain undefeated, in touch with the field, last and about 6 lengths from the lead. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and we nearly have 5 in a line. On the inside, it is Optimal Courage. Outside, Lonely Private. Between runners is Milton Town, and Sonny's Not That Funny is about 7 lengths behind the tearaway leader and tearaway winner, Optimal Courage, runs them into the ground. It is 5-3-8 in race 8. Saturday is official. Final double, $26. Final pick 4, $340. The 50-cent pick 5 paid $3,084. The final exacta, 21. Trifecta, $35.15. 10-cent superfecta, $35.45. Up to the winner's enclosure, Optimal Courage and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, William Kennedy Jr., and the winning trainer, Bruce Rican. Optimal Courage, Dracaris. Card casinos open. Food and beverage service, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, blazing sevens, and much more. If you're looking to extend your Saturday evening at Canterbury, stop by the Card Casino, enjoy a quality meal, and play some blackjack. Otherwise, racing resumes tomorrow at 4. It is Pepsi Family Day, and we have fireworks following the races tomorrow. For our TV department, our management team, and those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, happy holiday weekend. And thanks for spending part of it with us here at Canterbury Park. If you're leaving the track, please drive safely. And they're racing. Very fast beginning for Justice Warrior. Lonely Private's good to go. So is Optimal Courage, looking to win 2 in a row. Justice Warrior plugs on, but has been overtaken by the 6, looking to win 2 in a row. And that one is right to the outside of the speed. Then we come back about 3, 4, maybe 5 lengths to Milton Town. Milton Town would have to extend a winning streak to 3 from 6 out of it running on. And Cotton Candy Martini looking to remain undefeated, in touch with the field, last and about 6 lengths from the lead. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and we nearly have 5 in a line. On the inside, it is Optimal Courage. Outside, Lonely Private. Between runners is Milton Town, and Sonny's Not That Funny is about 7 lengths behind the tearaway leader and tearaway winner, Optimal Courage, runs them into the ground. It is 5-3-8 in race 8.